Hey everyone, welcome to another stream. Today, much like last week with our Ghosts and Goblins stream, we're going to be playing some Castlevania games, specifically starting off with Castlevania IV. This is the Japanese version, Akumajo Dracula, which has some regional differences, which is kind of cool, which is why I wanted to show it off. We'll also switch over to the Japanese Dracula X for Super Nintendo, also known as Dracula XX. There are a couple of regional differences in that one too, that I will talk about when we play it. And then we'll probably switch over to the Mega SG, and then the RetroUSB AVS, just like last week with, again, our Ghosts and Goblins stream. Thanks to everyone that tuned into that stream. It seems like it's pretty popular relative to my other live stream archives on my channel, so thank you very much, guys, for checking that out. That was a fun stream. Especially playing some Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection, that was pretty crazy. That was wild. But yeah, it should be a good time. This is a fairly predictable stream. You know, I've covered all these games on my channel multiple times. It's, you know, fan favorites. Especially this time of the year. You know, every October I like to try to do some spooky games. A lot of times it revolves heavily around Castlevania. I'm not sure if I'm going to do any other Castlevania streams this month, but you know, I haven't really thought too far ahead, so I'm just kind of winging it this month, as opposed to, like, really planning stuff out like I usually do, so. But, yeah, it should be a good stream. Let me grab my controller here, and let me scroll through the chat and see who all is here. I see Chain Sawyer just jumped in. I see John Smith. I see Internet Junkie. I see Scott Linux. And, Kyle McMahon. Nothing better than an October Castlevania stream, yes. I see Dark Noob, Freddy, I see Big Dogs, Nick Matthews, Rushafail Painting says, I actually get to catch a stream. Very nice. Welcome to the stream. And it looks like that's everybody so far, but I predict that we'll get quite a few people coming in and out over the course of the night, because it is Castlevania, and it's definitely one of the most popular things that I tend to do on this channel, outside of things like Doom and Mega Man and whatnot, so. But, yeah, it should be a good time. Yeah, so yeah, this is the Japanese version of Castlevania IV. There's actually quite a lot of differences from the American one. All the level design's basically the same, but you'll notice that your font here on the title screen is actually different, and that also goes for your heads-up display, where your HUD, it has a different font. I'm not sure why they changed that for the North American version. I do actually prefer the North American version, you know, some of its artistic differences, like the font. Also, there's blood dripping on the title screen now. That is not in the American version, but it is interesting. So, yeah, good stuff. Let's go ahead and just jump right into it. All right, we will do the usual. Whoops. Okay, never mind. We'll just be Y. Nick says, nice, never played the Japanese version. Yeah, I love being able to show off this version, because of its differences. Its biggest difference is in the sewers level, or the dungeon level, where its acid swamp has been changed with red flowing blood. So that's kind of interesting. And I shouldn't say it was replaced with red flowing blood, because this version actually came out before the North American one, so technically they made the changes for our version stateside. But yeah, Castlevania IV, pretty basic stuff. It's kind of like a retelling of the very first Castlevania game, which is why it was just called Akumajo Dracula in Japan. It's basically the same name as the Famicom game. So it was a reboot, but for us in North America, they just called it Part 4. So, yeah, you can look at it either way. Either it's a reboot or it's a sequel. I don't know. Guess it is what it is, depending on the region that you're in. But yeah, this was a phenomenal game when it first came out. I mean, I think it's still a looker when it comes to 16-bit standards. I think it's still a fantastic looking game. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of that axe. I'm gonna actually just use, like, some of the cheap strats. So I'm gonna be using a lot of the boomerang, which is really, really overpowered in this game. Once I warm up, anyway. Yeah, this is the first video game I've played, in actually a couple of days. So there might be a little bit of a warm-up period here. Yeah, lots of neat enemy gimmicks in this game. Like those guys, you can see them like grabbing onto the ledge from behind, and then they basically come up over the ledge and they smack you. You know, not a lot of enemy design like that in games prior to this. You know, Konami, the developers at Konami just really went all out with, you know, various features that you just hadn't really seen much of before in video games at the time. For a lot of us, this was like our first experience with like 16-bit, you know, console gaming. And it was a huge step above what the NES was capable of, and it really showed right from the very beginning. Definitely helped us, you know, stay hyped up about this generation of gaming. Hey, Curly Man, welcome back. And I see DJ's out there. Welcome back, DJ. Hope you're doing well. So these spinny platforms, they actually return from Castlevania 3. And of course, we've got the Medusas. If you look in the back there, right above my head, there's actually a cross. That was actually taken out of the American version. So that's one of the subtle differences. And if you never played this before, but you have played some other Castlevanias, there is 8-way whipping in this. It's the only game in the entire series that has full 8-way whipping in all directions. Multi-directional whipping was brought back in other Castlevanias, like you could do it in the X68000 remake of the first game. And you could also do it in Castlevania Bloodlines, but you can never do it in all 8 directions at any given moment. And that's it, first boss. Scott says the whip is so good in this game. It is. It truly is. John Simpson says, hey, great to hear that music. He's playing along right now with Area of Sorrow. Very nice. That's an awesome game. Victor Doom says, it's the first Castlevania game he ever played, and it's one of his favorites. Hell yeah. Dragon Breath says, clean up on aisle 3. There's going to be a lot of that in this playthrough. Especially once I get warmed up and I get the tripler on my cross, so I can throw 3 of them. Technically, I think it's called the boomerang in the stateside version. I don't think they started calling it the cross in North America until, geez, probably like Symphony of the Night or something like that. Yeah, because there was Bloodlines, and Bloodlines didn't have a cross weapon, it just had an actual boomerang, like, it looked like a boomerang. I mean, this one looks like a boomerang too, but it's meant to be like a holy cross. Yeah, unfortunately this game does have a lot of the old dreaded slowdown. Also, if you die for some reason and you need to get another cross, you can actually jump down here, and I believe that normally houses a cross. If you already have a weapon that would normally reside in a candle, it'll give you a big heart. The big hearts give you 5 hearts. Hearts are ammunition. For anyone that, for some reason, has not played a Castlevania game. And you've got all your info in the top right. And actually, I'm kind of starting to see why they changed the font for the American one, because I'm noticing that this font's actually blending into, like, this, you know, these darker, muted colors. And the heads-up display definitely sticks out more in the American version, so that's probably a good design choice. Changing that font. Whoa. Yeah, I agree, DJ. It's a shame we never got another Castlevania in this style. I really liked the pseudo-realistic, like, art direction here. I mean, it still looks like a video game, but it also, you know, clearly it's less cartoonish than later Castlevania games would be. Alright, so this is actually a breakable wall, but I don't really need what's inside there. That's a drumstick. Gives you some health back. Wall meat, as we call it. This one also introduced health pickups that were just residing in candles. And so as a result, this is actually one of the easier Castlevania games because you have a lot of health refill options. Like that's one right there. That probably gives you about 4 or 5 blocks of health back. It's pretty handy though. Alright, mini-boss time. Okay. Oh man. I just love how overpowered you can be in this game. Some people do actually complain about this game, that things are too overpowered, but the thing about Castlevania has always been, you don't have to use specific tools that, you know, allows you to wreck the game. You can, choose to not use the cross, you know, maybe use the axe, or try to just hold on to the dagger the whole time, or, God forbid, you try to use the holy water, which only drops like 3 feet in front of you, so, one of my favorite challenges is just doing a whip-only challenge, and that's pretty fun. And then if you want to take it an extra step higher, you can do extra life in one of these, by the way. Yep, right there. You can do a leather whip-only challenge, which I had multiple videos of on my channel if you guys ever want to check that out. That's an interesting challenge. So yeah, Castlevania has always been great because there's always been multiple ways to play the games. You know, you can try to limit yourself, or, like, in the first Castlevania, not abuse the holy water's overpowered nature, so... Raiden Lord asks, how much have I missed? Not a whole lot. First 2 levels? One thing I really like about these levels too is a bunch of them have like a lot of little nooks and crannies to explore. Like there was a couple of secret areas over there to the left that are actually pretty useful, but I've got full health, I've got, you know, lots of hearts, I didn't really need to go there, so... But I like that the levels are very linear and straightforward, but they also, you know, have a tiny bit more to explore than, say, like, the first Castlevania, or even the third Castlevania. Hey, Phoenix, welcome back. I'm doing okay, thank you. Yeah, and it's a very moody game, too. It's got just a very, like, reserved soundtrack overall, and it's got its high moments, don't get me wrong. But there's a lot of, like, really peaceful stuff like this that just kind of, like, fits with the sorta dreary nature of the theme. It's by far my favorite Castlevania soundtrack. Like, I could just listen to everything and just, like, kind of zone out. And of course, later on in the game, we've got some more energetic, you know, remixes of past Castlevania music, so that was very awesome at the time. You know, we had this, like, really chill stuff in the early game as you're, like, building up to the castle, but then once you're deep into the castle, the music definitely picks up quite a lot. Ooh, I almost ran into that guy. We always just want to sit here. And the color palette in this game too is great. There's a wide use of colors in this game. You got that sort of magenta in the background. It's gorgeous. Super Nintendo just really excelled with bright, colors that just pop. We got some Zelda 2 eyeballs. They were technically in Castlevania 3, but first time I saw enemies like that were in Zelda 2, so I just call them the Zelda 2 eyeballs. That's another game I'm gonna have to probably do a practice run of and do a live stream of again. I think it's been a couple years since we've streamed some Zelda 2. Yeah, and as you notice, we've got these hooks. Pretty cool little features, you get some swinging action going. And when you're on the hooks, you can actually kind of control your movement, and you can also move up and down on it. So that is pretty interesting. Sometimes what I do is I just try to attack this guy from down below, which is a lot easier with an axe. There was an axe on the previous screen, but the boomerang is by far the best sub-weapon, especially if you want to wreck bosses really fast. Okay, there we go. I'll grab some of those. Why not? I think there is actually a crow up there, and I've actually gotten screwed by it before. Oh no, I think he might be there in the second loop. We're not actually going to play the second loop today. There is a hard mode in this. When you beat the game, it'll start you over on a second playthrough, and you'll have more enemies and stuff like that. You'll take more damage right from the beginning. It's actually still not that much harder than the base game, so I don't really consider it to be a hard mode, but there is some extra content there if, you can wreck the first loop. There is a password you can punch in too that'll take you right to that second loop. I do that a lot of times when I stream this on YouTube. Hey Steve-O, welcome back. Wow, that was a pretty good fight, not gonna lie. Phoenix asks, did a lot of SNES games have that echoey reverb to them for both the music and sound effects? Yeah, a lot of Super Nintendo games do that. Hey, Love Daddy, welcome back. Yeah, lots of interesting gimmicks here in this level. Like, you've got these enemies that come out of the walls, you've got these skulls in the background that just constantly stare at you. Like, little details that are completely unnecessary, but still very cool. Again, this was just like something real special in 1991 when we got it here in North America. I wasn't even 10 years old yet. Alright, there's gonna be a dagger in that candle, I believe, and I don't want that. You get the skeletons that break apart. Very nice effects. Drumstick up there. Alright, and boss time. Alright, we're gonna have Medusas coming from both sides. And, whoa! Back up. That platform disappears. Hey, AKX, welcome back. Stevo says I would go for a walk every day listening to Super Castlevania music. Alright, start swinging. This is a really cool visual gimmick, too. Apparently it's a pretty simple gimmick as well, and there's some videos out there on YouTube that explain it. But it is a little taxing on the hardware, apparently, as this is probably one of the worst areas for slowdown in the whole game. Yeah, they went like crazy with the visual effects on this stage in particular. You know, that Mode 7 rotating background where we had to hang onto the ring. We have a boss that basically scales as you fight him. We've got that rotating room. And we've got these scrolling backgrounds that you interact with. If you get crushed, I think you die instantly. These are the spike crushers from the earlier Castlevania games. Hey Greg, welcome back. This game also introduced being able to latch onto staircases as well as just detach from them. You can just literally fall through the staircases. Alright. Alright, so this is our lead up to the castle itself. And once we're through this, we're at about the halfway point in the game. And I'd say the levels from here on out are definitely more challenging than the first handful. Ooh, 2-for-1 deal. That was nice. Yeah, notice that when I attack this game, I'll try to hit some of the bigger enemies with the boomerang first, and then just... Oops! Did not mean to do that. Oh well, it's not a big deal. And then I'll try to whip them at about the same time, doing just really rapid damage. Now, if you're the kind of person that really struggles with games, action games from this time period, This does have probably some of the worst checkpoints in all of Castlevania. The checkpoints are very few and far between, so you will be redoing a lot of these stages over again if you do die. Despite this being one of the easiest Castlevanias, I have seen people struggle with it quite a bit. You know, people that aren't as action-focused when it comes to their video game preferences. Alright, now we're inside the castle. Alright, unlike the dogs in the first Castlevania, these ones actually respawn infinitely. Also, there is a big regional difference there in the background on the statues. And here's some holy water. Holy water is actually really powerful in this game, but it doesn't go very far ahead, it doesn't stay out very long. And those are the Axe Armor Knights. Yeah, it's very powerful. Honestly, I would like to keep this and try to use it on Frankenstein's monster. I don't think it would be terribly useful for this boss fight, though. Because the boss fight is these ghost dancers, they basically fly around the screen, so... I mean, I could potentially get creative with it. Let's see. We'll see if I can keep it. This was also the first Castlevania that had mid-air control. So you can actually jump and wiggle yourself around in the air. It's very, very handy. So there's less that you have to commit to in this game. Castlevania was basically the Dark Souls of its time. There's also a secret down here. But I'm not going to go ahead and grab that. I don't really need it. Whoa. So I'm not playing with the boomerang, it's a little weird. I want to see if I can get creative with the holy water. Jump and then latch onto this staircase. Otherwise, you are going to get hit by that rotating spike platform, and you will die instantly. Spikes are really bad in this game. Hey, it's pretty handy. It worked out. At least the holy water ain't all that bad. Yeah, you can also walk backwards on the staircases. I always like that. These hands in the background will actually grab you. There's a lot of neat gimmicks in this game, you know, that you just don't see in a lot of Castlevania games. A lot of stuff that's unnecessary, but it spices up the experience and kind of makes it more memorable, I feel. Extra life right there. Nice little secret. Alright, this is the boss. Alright, so what I'm trying to do is see if I can... Oh man, okay, so that actually works pretty well. Wow. Yeah, I do the same thing in Castlevania 1 with the Bat boss, the very first boss. You just like... He kind of flutters towards a platform, you just use holy water on it, and it just wrecks him. No, I think I'm going to keep the holy water for this level too. Assuming I don't die. Yeah, this is another really cool looking level. You've got these huge books. And they jiggle in the background. They kind of like do their own little dance. These guys with the harpoons, they can actually reach up and attack you from below. Hey, GS Davis, welcome back. Yeah, I really like this music theme as well. It's very chill, very relaxed. Oops! I got the boomerang by accident. A lot of times what I'll do is I'll just fall all the way down here, just like this. It's pretty safe for the most part. Some of these enemies can be a little bit of a pain to deal with. I'd say this is probably one of the more difficult sections to get through, like, without taking a hit. So I just kind of, like, rush my way through it and just kind of skip it. That little hellhound up top, he likes to knock your candles off the screen. Again, another example of a neat gimmick that probably doesn't need to exist, but it does. Same with the carpet right here. You got this little thing underneath it that tries to bump you into the spikes. The castle in this game, it feels alive. feels lived in, you know? Very cool. These old ladies in the portraits, they'll actually reach out and grab you. They basically hold you still. Which is just kind of creepy on its own. And that big sort of centipede thing, you can actually kill that. It's these ones that are moving that'll grab you. See? It doesn't even hurt you. It's just... I bet that, like, spooked some kids back in the day. An early video game form of jump scare, I guess. Something that just catches you totally off guard. And getting close to the boss fight. Oh, nice. Flawless victory. Freddy, you can just hack your Wii and download it. You don't... All that stuff is available that you can put on modern consoles. And apparently it's very easy to soft mod on Nintendo Wii. So yeah, Castlevania Adventure Rebirth, I think it is pretty good. I've got multiple playthroughs of it here. You know, if you want to check those out to see what it's like. It's not the best Castlevania game, but it is still really solid, so... Alright, so this level has the biggest regional differences. You'll notice that there's actually blood on the tips of those now. I don't think there was blood on the tips of those in the American one. And now, all of the green slime is now red blood. Hey, Liberal Arts Guy, welcome back. Hey, MD Mister, welcome back. Yeah, someone had mentioned that they think this soundtrack is actually better than the Symphony of the Night soundtrack, and I actually tend to agree with that. Might be controversial for some people, but thinking about it right now, I think the big issue is, not issue, but the big thing is that this is a more consistent soundtrack. Like, Symphony of the Night has some bangers and just some all-time greats, but there's music in that game that's just meant to fit the atmosphere, and while it works for that, like late game upside-down castle stuff, it's not stuff I would ever want to listen to outside the game, but in Castlevania IV, I can listen to just about everything outside the game. And that's a big deal, you know, so... Consistency in a soundtrack is very important for whether I want to actually hear it outside the game, so... I am missing completely. Yeah, that bridge part's much more difficult on the second loop. There's a lot more bats to deal with. So I haven't really even touched on the fact that you can crawl on your knees. but this level actually requires you to use that. So there are mechanics in this game that are very, like... They're not, like, huge, crucial features, but there are points in the game where, like, it requires you to know how to do it. For instance, our next level is going to have us doing a lot of, like, hooks. This level forces us to crawl. And that section's coming up here in just a minute. And I'm also so used to the enemy placement on hard mode that I'm expecting enemies to pop out when they don't. Because they do pop out on hard mode. Alright, right here. Alright, now this bridge right here is kind of infamous, and it is completely random. Alright, Frankenstein's monster. With no Igor. Scott says that's a good benchmark. Would you listen to the music outside the game? Yeah, that's my benchmark typically. All right. Again, more gimmicks here. Boom, just like that. And then the treasure chest you can jump on. They make little sparkles. Yeah, growing up, this was one of my favorite levels because it was definitely the most extravagant of the entire, you know, level set in this game. Alright, we can jump up here. You get one chance. Also, there's an interesting gimmick where if you jump on these chests enough, you'll make special items appear. Hey, Santino says this is his favorite level. I don't remember if it's like 100 times or if it's 90 or some just weird number, but yeah, it definitely happens. If anyone knows the exact number, let me know in chat. Dragon Breath says it's 100. Okay, we gotta be getting close then. GS Davis says on Game FAQs, it says 256 times? Oh, geez. I remember it being a lot, but not that many. KJ Blue Avengers says he loves this music in this level. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, this is a great tune. Yeah, and the funny thing about it is if you do it on this chest, there it is. There it is. It's only there for like not even 5 seconds, so getting it from that chest is almost impossible, but it's just fun that it exists. I think you can do it on any chest. I don't think it's just that one. But that one's a little bit easier because you sort of like bump your head on the ceiling, which means you can hop off of it more rapidly. There's another little detail. Again, totally unnecessary, but again, it makes the castle feel like it's been lived in, you know. Which is just really cool, I think. Basically line this up. Look at that. That's nice. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, that was close. That skeleton is really dangerous. Oh, man. That part used to always stress me out back in the day. And we got the stopwatch up there. That is one weapon I basically never use in this game. And I don't even know if you can freeze certain bosses. I've never really experimented with that. That is actually one thing I would like to try one day. See if you can freeze any of the bosses in this game. Christian Howell, welcome to the stream, says perfect timings. I just finished the new Castlevania Netflix series. How did you like it? I re-subbed to Netflix a couple weeks ago because of that releasing, and I watched the first episode. Granted, I was inebriated, so I didn't really... I don't know. It didn't do much for me. I still intend on rewatching it and going through the whole series, but kind of curious what people's opinions are on it. You can actually destroy these blocks, too, which is kind of interesting. I didn't figure that out until a few years ago. And there's a secret room up top. But again, I'm not going to go for it. I don't really need it. It's fun, but I don't need it. Alright, and this is the money hallway. Basically, every candle here is money. And of course, it doesn't really do much for you, it's just points. You do get extra lives from points. Like, I've got 9 lives right now. That's actually a lot of lives. I think I only found 1 extra life in the wall, so all those extra lives are from points. Or at least a couple of them. I don't remember how many lives I started off with, if it was like 4 or 5. Hey Andy, welcome back. Christian says the Netflix Castlevania, new Castlevania, Nocturne is a slow burn at first. Okay. Maybe that's why it didn't grab me on that first episode. I really, really liked the original Netflix series. I've got all of them on Blu-ray. Alright, he's gonna dive down. Alright, so now the gold that drops from the bats, it actually hurts you now. Not much in the way of invincibility frames. Kyle says he thinks it's not as strong as the first series, but it's still entertaining, and there's room to improve on Season 2. And Christian agrees with that. Okay. Blue Avenger says he thought the latest Castlevania series was decent. Okay. Yeah, I just need to give it another chance. I think one of my issues with it was like that first episode, there's like a bunch of characters introduced like right away, and it's like they all know each other, and you know, I like how in the first Castlevania you're kind of like introduced to new characters very slowly, you know, like you spend time getting to know Trevor a little bit, and there we go. But yeah, we're nearing the end of the game. Whoa, that was close. We have one more main level after this. Yeah, I knew about the different writers on this season, so that kind of had me worried from the beginning. That it was probably going to be similar to the old series, but also very different at the same time because of that. I mean, obviously the art style and like the violence and stuff like that is still there from what it looks like, but the you know, the different writers could make for a very different type of show. Over here, snipe this guy from a distance. You really want to do that, otherwise you're most likely going to get hit, and you're going to get knocked off this ring. Really cool section though, you know, like again, it kind of forces you to use that mechanic and get decent with it. It's not like it's featured like a ton throughout the game, but there's enough of it. And again, a lot of times if I have enough hearts, I just kind of take it slow right here and just use my sub-weapons. See? Just like that. And we're good to go. And it's the mummy. Oh, I just need one more hit. There we go. I was just tanking hits in the beginning, see how fast I could kill him. Hey, cool, welcome back. Yes, this is Castlevania IV. We're playing the Japanese version too. So there are some subtle differences here and there. Alright, so what I like to do here is just kind of fall down. I have to hold up here. Ooh, there we go, got it. Otherwise I would have fallen through those stairs and died. Alright, let's see how this level goes. Usually, if I die in this game, it's on this level. It's got the most randomness to it. Later on in the level, anyway. But it's also got some of the more difficult gimmicks to deal with, like, you have to learn how to attach on the stairs on this level. Again, they got all these, like, small mechanics that actually are mandatory at certain parts of the game, and this is where latching on the stairs becomes mandatory. Also, there's that spiked wheel that was at the bottom. That actually races all the way up to the top here, so you have to actually keep moving here, otherwise it'll catch up to you and you'll die. And it stops at about this point. It was always like one of the craziest, coolest things I think we had ever seen, traps-wise, in a video game up to that point, as kids. Alright, this is where things can get a little shisty. These platforms sometimes have a mind of their own. Such a cool looking section, too. Alright, this one right here. I'll just inch my way up, see what happens. Oh, that doesn't work. I thought they were gonna keep triggering permanently. That would have made my life a lot easier. Okay. Yeah, this is the part. It's like, ugh. Okay, let's see what happens. Go. Oh, we got it. First try, man. Alright. That's one of those long checkpoints, too. Like, you gotta go up that entire section from the bottom floor all over again. Alright, so we've got Slogra. This is where he was introduced. And he was one of the toughest bosses in the game. Oh. So you want to just duck, because you'll just go right under his spear. And then there is a phase 2 where you break his spear. For some reason I'm having a hard time actually staying ducking. Whew, got him. That was close. I still have 25 hearts left. 27. That was a really easy boss fight, but it's always satisfying. It's a quick fight. It's fun. That Slogger fight can be very random. I think it's probably the most random fight in the entire game. Okay, so we're not going to have full health. I actually learned a trick earlier this year where I think I just stay under here. It's kind of funny. Let's jump over that. All right. Hey, great John Zini, welcome back. I see Michael's out there. Alright, so we've got ourselves a secret down here. And that's it. Invisible staircase, and then we can inch our way forward and then make that jump. There is a gap there, so... Alright, final boss time. Alright, now these flames appear. And the flames on the floor actually do hurt you. As you can see, I took a hit. I love that pixelated effect. A bunch of early Super Nintendo games did that, but a lot of games later on stopped doing it. I wonder if it was just because, like, it started to feel cliche, maybe? I don't know. We have to watch out for his vertical beams. I just love that Konami magenta. They used it in a bunch of games on Super Nintendo. I think it's there's a little bit of it in Turtles in Time. There's some of it in like Sunset Riders. I think we got a 1 life clear on that. I don't think we died. I think we got through the whole thing without dying. It looks like he's like trying to walk a dog. Oh man. We'll let the ending roll out, and then we'll switch games. Thanks for the GGs, everybody. I appreciate that. Victor asks, have I ever played Lords of Shadow? Yeah, I have. Yeah, I bought that actually the day it came out, back in the day, and, you know, finished it, I don't know, like a week after it came out, I think. I played it every day. And I've gone back, and I think I finished it 2 or 3 times now, total. I've still been meaning to do Lords of Shadow 2 and Mirror of Fate. I've never beaten either one of those. Hey, Zotmeister, he says, excellent playthrough, been lurking since the first boss. Hell yeah. Thank you. Thanks for the GG, Raymond. AKX asks, am I going with Castlevania 3? I am going to try to. It just depends on how I feel. Because it is a weeknight. And I also don't want to be up till 2 AM like I was last week with the Ghouls and Ghosts stream. I went way too late on that stream. I think I streamed for almost 7 or 8 hours. On a weeknight. Victor says the second Lords of Shadow was rubbish in his opinion. Okay. I have played it a little bit. I did not like the real-world sections, but I really liked the castle sections when you're, like, actually in a gothic castle. That seemed like an improvement over the first game. But the, real-world, like, exploration areas, I don't understand why they went with that. Oh, I'm not switching to NES Castlevanias right now, guys, because I have 3 different consoles set up here. And so basically I'm gonna just be doing Super Nintendo right now, and then we're gonna switch to Genesis, and then we'll do NES last. So we're gonna do the Japanese Dracula X next, which is called Dracula XX. No, we're not playing Kid Dracula, sorry guys. I actually don't even like that game very much. Yeah, that's a really challenging game for all the wrong reasons. It's not like a fun challenge, you know? It's not the kind of challenge where I'm like, you know what? I want to try that again and try a different strategy. It's just, it's kind of a BS level of challenge. Oh, Cool and Unusual Games has never actually seen much of Dracula X. Okay, cool. I mean, these are games I've covered so many times on my channel. It's always surprising to me when people are like, yeah, I haven't really seen much of that game. It's like, okay. It gives me more reason to cover it again, and again, and again. Dragon Breath says, you can keep Castlevania Bloodlines. He busted a Nomad back in '98 playing that one. That's the portable Genesis. What, did you think it was challenging? I thought Bloodlines was one of the easier Castlevanias as well. And you can get really overpowered in that game. There's some exploits. Oh, Pure says he remembers me playing Kid Dracula for the first time on the Castlevania collection. Yeah, that was right when that collection came out, and I remember that stream. And I've tried going back to it since, and it just doesn't really do much for me. You made it to Germany, then your teenage patience gave out. Or if you go back to it now, you'll probably just rip right through it. Christian says, I gotta do a Lowe's run to get some missing bolts. Okay. Yeah, I'll be here for a few hours at the very least. Burgle Cut says, Diablo stream this month? Probably not, no. And if I did, it would be the first Diablo. No, you value your Steam Deck too much for that. Oh, come on, man. Yeah, if you're around in a couple hours, you'll see. Castlevania Bloodlines is not that difficult. The one we're gonna play next is, actually, a lot more challenging. Alright, just bear with me here for a second, guys. Yeah, Pure. I actually have 2 streams of Diablo 1. One was just the original game, and then the other was Hellfire. Diablo 1 with Hellfire. Yeah, those were both very long streams. And yeah, both very long streams. All right. Dracula XX, also known as just Castlevania Dracula X in North America. It's loosely based off Rondo of Blood, follows a similar storyline, but most of the levels and just overall game structure has been changed wildly. Your movement is also slower in this one, which is weird. I think it's a good Castlevania game, but it's definitely not my favorite. I'd much rather play Rondo of Blood. However, that said, this one definitely has more of a bite in terms of its overall challenge. Rondo of Blood is another what I consider to be an easy Castlevania game, especially with its various routes and stuff. But the various routes is what makes Rondo of Blood Rondo of Blood. There's a lot of replay value in that game, whereas this, it's just... There's a couple different routes you can take here and there, but they're more just to try to get, like, the best ending, and some of those levels can be pretty tough. Liberal Arts Guy says, PS1 Diablo 1, or Diablo, is an overlooked port of the game. Yeah, it actually is. It's a really good port for the time. I would like to do that, but... Oh, I bet you that would take way longer than doing it on PC again. Let's see real quick. I'm looking at chat. Cool says, I swear my arcade had that game, but it also could have been Versus Castlevania. Are you talking Haunted Castle? Oh, yeah. AKX says, I think we can all agree that the Castlevania arcade game was hot garbage. I have a soft spot for it, but it is a very strict hardcore memorizer. Yeah. But yeah, there was that Haunted Castle, but there was also Versus Castlevania. And I have Versus Castlevania... I have a couple archives of that on my channel here. I love playing that. It's Castlevania 1, but like super hard mode. Yes, Dragon Breath. This is the Japanese version of Dracula X. There are a couple of regional differences. One of them is when you die in this one, I think like there's actually blood and stuff, whereas in the US version you just kind of like fade away with like sparkly effects. Alright. There's some nice visual effects in this game, but for the most part, especially compared to Castlevania IV, I'll go ahead and grab that. A lot of the backgrounds in this game are very flat. You can actually do a backflip, which is, it's handy in certain parts, and it actually allows you to jump slightly higher than you would if you were just jumping normally. But yeah, the level design in this game is much more simplistic than Castlevania IV, so for a lot of us, when this came out, it kind of like flew under the radar because it just wasn't as interesting as a game that had come 4 years prior. So... But I eventually did get a copy of this back in the day. I found it at a KB Toys. It was like in their like discount bin. And I think it was like, I think it cost me like $25 or something like that. It wasn't like on super discount, but it also wasn't 60 or 70. And, you know, I enjoyed it, but it's definitely not my favorite Castlevania, that's for sure. It's definitely lower on my personal list, but I still go back to it at least once or twice a year. Actually, this is probably like the third time I played it this year. Maybe more. Because it is a relatively short game. It's shorter than Castlevania IV. And again, like I said, it is more challenging, which is nice. And it's always nice being able to show off this game on stream, because a lot of people are like, oh god, it's got one of the worst final bosses in all of Castlevania. It's a challenging fight, but I like being able to show off that, oh no, you can be consistent at that fight. So yeah, we'll see how we do. Got some good old wall meat right there. Also, if you hold in the attack button, you can actually walk backwards. So that's actually kind of useful if you're trying to just like attack an enemy like an Axe Armor Knight without having to turn around. So It's a nice little mechanic. You could also do that in Rondo of Blood on PC Engine. Also, unlike other Castlevanias, I actually prefer the axe in this game. The axe is just huge. And it does really good damage. Obviously the verticality is nice. Also, there are no item multipliers in this, shot multipliers. How it works is whether you can shoot like 2 or 3 axes back to back is dependent on how many hearts you have. So it's good to try to collect as many hearts as possible in this game. Cool says, so many of the expensive games are stuff that was getting blown out of stores back when they were new. Yeah. I remember $10 Earthbounds. I had Earthbound back in the day because, you know, places like Best Buy were liquidating it for $10, and now it's $400. It's kind of gross to think about, actually, having lived through that. Alright, actually, you know what? I'm gonna switch back to my axe. I want my axe. The cross is actually pretty useful in this part, but I don't really need it. You have slight mid-air control in this game. Not as useful as it is in Castlevania IV, but... Alright, good deal. Yep, as you can see here, flat background. Would have been great if they had, like, the yellowish area, like, scroll. That would have been sweet. It's just one of my complaints with this game. It's like, it is very flat at points, and, not very Super Nintendo-y, if you know what I mean. Especially not for, like, 1995 standards when this game came out. This game came out after Donkey Kong Country. It's like, man. You can actually attack these guys from down below. And there are speedrunning tricks here where you can actually get, like, smacked by them, and they'll fling you up to the top portion of the screen. But I've never been very good at actually getting that to work, so I just attack them normally. Also, if you're trying to get through this game relatively quickly, jumping is actually the fastest form of movement. It's faster than your walk. So when you watch speedrunners play this game, they're just jumping all over the place. It's pretty goofy. It is what it is. Also, a nice little trick here, if you got some wall meat, but you didn't get all your health back, you can actually just go off the screen, come back, and it respawns. Like, there's some goofy design choices like that, too, in this game. I mean, it's good for, like, beginner players, but I've always felt like, you know, wall meat should probably be placed in a spot where it can't be abused. Like, it should be earned, you know? Oh, that was cheap. Now, bosses in this game do sometimes have desperation attacks. They don't really do much damage, if any. But that was a carryover from Rondo of Blood. Cool and Unusual Game says he got a $5 Musha. Yeah, my first Musha complete in box was only like 15. I got it at Starland when they were just a local shop. And one thing I do like about this is your hearts do carry over from level to level. So again, you're incentivized to try to get as many as you can. But that also allows you to attack faster with your sub-weapons. And you can actually jump off stairs now, unlike Castlevania IV. So, there are some decent movement options in this. And if you jump off the top of the screen, you actually get stuck. And that's something that actually has a negative effect on the next section. And I bet you it's caused a lot of players to die there. Oops! That's okay, we've got some more meat here. You can't abuse this one, though. I don't think I can go back up the stairs. Oh, no, I can? Are you gotta be kidding me? Wow. That's insane. Alright, there's a stopwatch there. That's actually fairly handy. And I think just like in other Castlevania games, the bats appear based on the side of the screen that you're looking at. Yep, so that bat actually went in from the left this time. Also, really, really useful trick here is if you duck, you won't actually get knocked back. There's no knockback. So I'm just tanking hits right here. Look at all those bats. Yeah, right here. You can get stuck on that ceiling. I've actually died there many times because of that. It's just a weird mechanic. I'm not sure why it exists. Also, some of the level design in this game is so basic to the point where you can literally just jump up. There you go. We just sequence broke. I'm actually going to go all the way over to the right, though, because there might be some meat. Oops. Actually, this is probably an extra life. Also, there is no timer in this game, so you can really just take your time. Alright, so this part's actually kind of interesting. If you take a hit, and you get knocked off, you go to a totally different level, you take a different route. If you successfully make it all the way across and you get a key and you beat the boss, you'll go to a different level, which will allow you to get to the one of the secret stages, and I definitely need that. Also, you have what are called item crashes in this game. And you do that by pressing X, and it uses up a significant amount of hearts. But it can be handy in a pinch. Oh, that... Ooh, I got super lucky there. Wow. Saved by a half-decent collision detection? Jeez. Oh, and I failed. Alright, well, we're not getting the best ending. That's okay. I think I usually show off the best ending, so... Rondo of Blood on the PC Engine does something very similar with alternate routes like that, but it has a lot more of them. And Rondo of Blood is designed in a way where it's meant to be replayed again and again. It's like you don't just have one playthrough where you get the best ending. It's, you know, you slowly work up towards getting, you know, your better endings just through repeat plays. Like, you can save characters in that, and they remain saved on that save file. And then you can also unlock Maria as a playable character. You do find, like, Annette and Maria, I believe, in this, but they're just... It's just to get the best ending. It's, you know, and you have to do it on that one run. There's no, like, unlocking stuff like you do in Rondo. So that's a very big difference from, you know, the various versions of Dracula X. And you can't kill those bats when they're perched. It's a weird design choice. I think it's one of the only Castlevanias where you can't kill them perched. You got the bone dragons. They look pretty cool in this one. Yeah, barely any iframes here. That could be rough. It's a cross. Hidden cross. But again, I prefer the axe in this game. It's my favorite weapon. Alright, phase 2. Yeah, I don't really think this game's all that impressive visually for when it came out. Now, don't get me wrong, there are some effects they use, like on the very first level. I think they look awesome. It's some like the best stuff on Super Nintendo, but 85% of the game is fairly flat. There's barely any background scrolling or anything like that, and so it's very basic stuff. The art style and art design is pretty good, like I'll give it that. But they're definitely not really taking advantage of, like, you know, the SNES hardware set, unfortunately. Like, this castle area, it looks really nice, but it's also totally flat. Like, you know, they've got windows there. They could have had some, like, scrolling, like, you know, scene in those windows. Maybe just some rooms, or... There's a little bit of scrolling now, but you very rarely even see any of this. So... But yeah, the art design on, like, the characters is really solid. But to be fair, a lot of this also did come from Rondo of Blood. You know, like these big bats and the flea men. I don't like how a lot of the color palette also looks washed out. There's a lot of very, like, light colors in this game. Okay, there we go. I know I'm sounding overly critical. I do like this game. You know, I do really enjoy the game. But, yeah, we're just kind of, like, speaking our mind and, you know... I like to explain why I feel the way I do about certain games, you know. Alright, let's just drop down here. Oh, that's not gonna work. Alright, this is just not good. It's okay, I've got a lot of health. It's not a big deal. Even if I had to take a few hits, I would have been fine. There we go. And we're just gonna drop down here. Yeah, and their hitboxes are crazy on that big sword swipe. And you can actually check your lives by hitting start. Apparently I just got an extra life at 80k. There's some meat that you could also abuse. You just go up the staircase and go right back down. Oops, did not mean to jump into that. Alright, what are you doing, Crow? There you go. For some reason I thought that was going to be a weapon. Alright, boss time. John Evan, welcome back. He says, I only beat this game a few times. Hardly went back to it after playing Rondo of Blood. Yeah, I think that's the case for a lot of people. But like I said early on in this playthrough, I still revisit this actually quite often. At least a couple times a year. So, I mean, for me, like, even, like, the worst Castlevania games are still better than a lot of games. And not everything can be Castlevania 4, not everything can be Castlevania 3 or Rondo of Blood, you know. Looks like that's it. The only exception is the first Game Boy game, Game Boy Castlevania. Yeah, I get why people don't like that one, but I still enjoy it. I still have a soft spot for it. It's actually I think it's pretty fun when you learn the levels. You can actually get through it consistently. But it can be frustrating if you don't know what to do. And it is, you know, it's got just crazy amounts of slowdown, and it's a little janky. I give it a pass because it was such an early Game Boy game. It was like one of the first games on the system. Alright, we're actually kind of close to the end of the game already. This is going to be one of our last main levels. We would have had more, obviously, if I didn't fail the column platforming section earlier on. Alright, so this part right here, you don't even have to play the game. Just skip right up. And again, there's some really weird design choices like that. I mean, I didn't have to do that, but I don't know. I think there was meat on the other side, or maybe an extra life. Probably would have been useful to get it. Skip this guy. Alright. This part's definitely tricky. Oops, I did not want that. That's okay. This is where you want to know the backflip, because he always charges at you. And I don't think it's possible to jump over him normally. I'm pretty sure you have to backflip. There should be some meat right here. Oh, that's an axe. I'm okay with that. It's actually, the meat's up here. Oh man, alright, that part's always a little tricky. Alright, boss time. So if we actually were on our path to the best ending, we would actually fight Death or the Grim Reaper. But now we don't. We fight a different boss. This boss actually has some attacks that are taken from the PC Engine version of the Shaft fight. Like this attack right there, sort of. Actually, those balls, they actually do like a laser attack, and I think they might still do that in this one. And that part is basically what happens at the end of the Shaft fight as well. That's the desperation attack. Yeah, Pure, I agree with you. They should have just put this in with the regular Castlevania collection. Definitely, I agree. But at least it is still in a modern collection. It is in the advanced collection. Alright, this is our last level. Now, the final boss here is definitely made the easiest if you get to him without dying. Because the checkpoint at the boss is, like, you can't grind out for hearts. But you can grind out for hearts, you know, normally, which is nice. So you can basically grind out for hearts, get to the boss with as many hearts as possible, keeping your triple shot capability, basically. And it makes the fight so much easier. Yeah, another great thing about this version of the game, though, is the soundtrack does kick ass. It's one of the better Castlevania soundtracks from this time period. Yeah, especially if you're, like, into more of the energetic kind of Castlevania music, which this one has plenty of it. Another extra life that wow, I don't need. I've got 10 lives. Okay. So this is actually the lead up to the fight, and I think I've got enough hearts. And if you're struggling with this fight, there is meat on the left-hand side of the arena, which I'll save that for later. But yeah, if you're not careful here, you get knocked into these pits. I just like to basically stay on one side of the screen. I don't get too risky jumping around. And that's a really good spawn position, too. Hey, it's bad spawns. Society, welcome back. He says, damn, I missed 2 hours of Castlevania. Most of it's been Castlevania IV and Dracula X. Okay, this might be a bad spawn position. I'm still gonna go with it. Oh, that's not good. That's very not good. Oh no, no, why? Okay, please move. Oh, that has never happened to me before. Alright, now the fight's gonna be a pain in the ass. Since there's no way to exit. See? You're basically stuck here. Now, you can get a game over and continue. But, yeah, we're not going to do that. This is going to be much harder without having multiple axes. Like, I'm going to be out of hearts by the time I get to his second phase. That would actually be a better position to get him in. Get him on like the left-hand side of the screen and move over to the right. Come on, I missed him completely. I'm trying to save my hearts because I really need them for the second phase. It allows me to contend with his fireballs that he shoots. Just trying to conserve my hearts. That's what makes this fight so tedious. Oop, duck. Could have got knocked off right there. And again. Ooh, that was kind of dumb on my part. I was trying to use my axe, and it was, I think the other one was still on the screen. Oh, man. That was really close. If I was on the other side of the screen, I could have got some meat, and we would have been perfectly fine. So, yeah, that was my fault. That was not a good choice. For some reason, I thought he was going to do fireballs. Hey, Carl. Welcome back. That actually would have been a great spot. Let's see if we can get it back over to this right column. That way I can be on the side of the screen with the meat. Oh, Carl's had a baby recently. Congrats. Congrats. That's really cool. Right column. Do the right column. This takes so much time. Trying to manipulate his position. He keeps spawning in the middle. And again. Alright, that's... I was gonna say that's good enough for me. There we go. Got him. Whew. That is so tense. If you don't get to him with like tons of hearts, he's way harder to deal with. And then I have died trying to just get this before. You have to do the whole fight over again. Oh man. Yeah, I got some good randomness at the end there where he just sat on the platform. I was able to just whip him. Whip him good. Thanks for the GGs, everybody. Hey, Calamity Guy, what's going on? Yeah, so it's Dracula X. Richter rides home by himself. I didn't save anybody. Yeah, guys, so what we're going to do after this is we're going to hook up the Mega SG, and we're going to play some Castlevania Bloodlines. Shame there's not another Castlevania on Genesis. I mean, I guess technically I could play Vampire Master of Darkness on the Master System, but I don't really like that game that much. Poor man's Castlevania. Poor Master System owners, that's all they got. You thought this was an original mode Castlevania Chronicles Leather Whip only stream. You know, I actually technically could do Castlevania Chronicles. My PS2 is right next to me. I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, let's go ahead and switch our consoles. Have I ever done Haunted Castle? Not on my channel, no. That's been on my to-do list for a very long time. just realized I haven't tweaked my audio on the Mega SG yet. I meant to fix that before doing a Genesis stream, but oops. So we're gonna have some audio that sounds a little weird. Do the cats try chewing up the lights like my pinball machines? No, actually they don't. I'm actually very surprised. Dark Noob says Nightmare Creatures was a cool game. And you'd make good friends with Crestline Iceberg. He loves that game. He keeps asking for it every October. I actually find it interesting that the text there is still in English. But yeah, this is the Japanese version of Castlevania Bloodlines. They just called it Vampire Killer in Japan. Yeah, so there is actually a code that will allow you to do expert mode. Let's see if I can do it again. No, I'm doing it wrong. No, it's not doing it. Oh well. Alright, we're gonna do Eric, because I think the last time I played this on stream I did John, and they call him Johnny. Is it Johnny in the American one? I thought it was just John. Yeah, we'll do Eric. Eric is an interesting character. Calamity says, my cats go after that Christmas tree every year, waiting for a natural National Lampoon cat fire. Alright, so Eric can actually do a super jump, which is very interesting. He can also attack in different directions. So it's not full 8-way control like in Castlevania IV, 8-way attacking. But it's good enough. And all your sub-weapons are actually pretty useful in this one. So I have a tendency of like bouncing around the various sub-weapons. But this is our boomerang, like I mentioned earlier. And there are also these sort of super upgrades. And I think with Eric, I can actually take a shortcut. Just skip that underground section completely. Got ourselves some wall meat right here. Yeah, one thing I love about Bloodlines in particular is just the brisk pacing. And so my attack has actually gotten upgraded until I take a hit. And it gives me this ridiculously powerful special attack. It uses up a lot of jewels. There are no hearts in this game, it's all just jewels now for ammo. But my primary attack is now more powerful. So one thing that's actually interesting about this sub-weapon is if I pick up a different sub-weapon, I will switch over to that. If I pick up that same sub-weapon again, it'll switch back to this super powerful attack. I don't even know what it is. And there should be an extra life up here. Yep, got it. Now, kind of like Castlevania 1, you can actually grind out for hearts again and again. I mean, you can do it in Castlevania 3 as well. So you can actually force yourself to get into this super powerful mode by just going up and down those stairs again and again. Hey, there he goes. Alright, level 2. Let's see how long we can keep this weapon. With both John and Eric, you can actually hold out your weapon. You'll do an extra, a little bit of damage. There's a sound cue for it as well. Another really cool thing they decided to do with this game is they got rid of you having to second guess the special items that come from candles, because now there are special weapon exclusive candles. I think that was an extra life. I think I missed it up. It's okay. I got downgraded too because I took a hit. That's okay. Yeah, so that candle to the left is a weapon candle. Alright, mini-boss time. If you've ever played a treasure game, Castlevania Bloodlines is the most treasure-like in that it has lots of bosses. Treasure is kind of known for their constant boss rushes. Got him. Where'd he go? It's kind of cool you can get up to higher places like that. doesn't really do anything. And you don't want to go under this water. If you go too deep, you'll start taking damage. So you have to be really careful when you're trying to pick up these items. Alright, we're upgraded again. Very nice. Some more wall meat. Castlevania Bloodlines is very, like, very straightforward. I mean, that's... The linear Vanias were always pretty straightforward, but this one in particular, you know, you don't have a ton of, like, multi-layered sections. Oh, that's not good? Okay. But it's still great, still fun. And what you can do here is actually go back up these stairs, go down, and build up some items. Wow, that was pretty fast. That's awesome. You say the gameplay in Castlevania IV feels horrible. Yeah, I don't buy that one bit. I mean, yeah, that's a shame that you didn't enjoy it. It's a bummer. I remember a long time ago when I was working in a call center overnight, there was a guy that sat next to me. He would bring in a laptop and he would play emulators on it. And he fired up Super Castlevania IV and he's like, I do not like this game at all. I'm like, man, I just don't... It's a bummer to see people not enjoy something like that game, because it's one of my all-time favorites. So it should be noted that, depending on the character that you choose in this game, you do actually end up with slightly alternate routes, which is kind of cool. You know, it helps with the old replay value. So, like, right here, we actually have to go vertical with Eric. So if I come through here, there's a huge gap that I can't get past. Thankfully, the game actually does let you go backwards. Something I didn't mention earlier is that every sub-weapon actually has two forms of its attack. So you press up in attack to do the alternate form. It uses more hearts, typically. Well, not hearts, but, you know, more ammunition. That's the one for the axe. Oh, looks like I got a head chop. I got a decapitation. Nice. Yeah, see, that's the thing, Society. You know, you say Castlevania IV is objectively better. I think it's subjectively better, not objectively, because, you know, it's all going to depend on one person's taste. I think there's probably a lot of people out there that actually prefer this, for various reasons. But yeah, myself personally, I definitely prefer 4, 100%. It's my favorite Castlevania game, period. You know, but I guess not everyone looks at things the same way, so... In a lot of cases, I don't look at video games and say, this one's objectively better. Because, you know, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Like, I think Castlevania IV is an amazing looking game for the time, and it still holds up really well, but some people are just like, this is ugly. I'm like, okay, I don't really understand that perspective, but, you know, it's a different perspective. And I don't have any health. Completely out. I think in the Japanese version, yeah, the patterns for these guys are different than the American one, which is interesting. Like, they just sit there. Playing Castlevania is making me hungry. Yeah, I do like the patterns here more in the American one. The items tend to just always go straight to you. Yeah, mainly because of their pattern. Alright, we're getting close. Alright, we got it. Awesome. Let's see if I can do this without taking a hit. I think one more hit and I'm dead. Oh, I missed him. And again. Jeez. Nice. Flawless victory. Now, I think there are very much objective elements when you're, like, critiquing a game. You know, things like frame rate, you know, slowdown, you know, things like that. You know, things that can objectively affect the enjoyment of a game. Like, a game that runs at 15 frames a second is going to feel inherently worse than a game that runs nice and smoothly at 60, you know, so... You know, I think it's important to bring stuff like that up when you're making game comparisons, but when it comes to, like, art style, music quality, things like that, that's where it starts to get really objective. Alright, so we can actually line up here. Got to do it from down here. Oh, you know what? Actually, I might not be able to get this with Eric. And that might be a John-only thing. Let's see. Nope, there it is. Okay, it's just a very tight jump. Extra life. And with John, there's actually an interesting secret down here. Oh, not on this screen, it's actually on the next one. There's also another hidden area here. Some wall meat. It actually looks like meat in this one. Yeah, I don't know about that, Society. I mean, when I was a kid, I noticed when games were super janky, but I played X-Men on NES. Like, we all knew it was hot trash, you know. It was pretty objective, like, how janky the movement is, and it really affected how the game felt. Yeah, some people weren't going to notice as much, so yes, there is a subjective element to it. But, for a lot of us, it was plain as day, and it did bother us. We just didn't make a big deal about it. It just was what it was, you know. I mean, even when I played my first 3D games, I noticed poor frame rates. And I noticed games that didn't have the poor frame rates, and how much more I enjoyed the one with the better frame rate. And I think it's become kind of important as time has moved on. I think it's become less of a subjective element for some gamers. Like, for some gamers, when they go back to those 10 FPS 3D titles from way back in the day, they find it extremely difficult to put up with it, so... But again, I guess the being able to put up with it is part of the whole subjective aspect to it. But you can objectively say one frame rate is better than another. That's measurable. That's objectivity right there. Objectivity. Is it measurable? And it's hard to measure something like how a musical track makes you feel from one person to the next. So that's subjectivity. And everyone's got different standards and, you know, likes and whatnot. And there are lots of games where it's more often than not, you're probably going to have most people agree that it's not good in certain ways. Yeah, making comparisons and wow, I got hit by that. And making comparisons and critiquing games and having opinions, you know, it gets very nuanced if you want to go deep into it. I try not to focus most of my channel on opinions as much these days because it is very subjective. And you'll have people that don't like Castlevania 4, and I'll never understand it. So I just try not to make that a huge aspect of my channel these days, because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter that much. Myself personally, I just like exploring games. I don't like to dwell on the fact that they're either good or bad. And that is something that so many people in the YouTube sphere in particular really focus on. Is it good or is it bad? I just like exploring, you know, these libraries. Experiencing the good and the bad and the mediocre and just the simply average and the stuff that just kind of falls in the middle. But even, like, bad games, I still have fun with. As long as I'm having fun, like, that's really what matters at the end of the day. Not so much as to whether something is, like, a masterpiece or not. A lot of quote-unquote bad games out there that I do actually really enjoy toying around with. Like, we were playing Dracula on Super Nintendo the other night. Messing around with it, I was like, man, I kind of want to learn this game. It is janky and it is a little weird, but I was having fun with it, and people were having fun watching it. Not every game I play has to be Castlevania Bloodlines or Castlevania 4. Also, some of like these best games ever made, like for me personally, like I do get bored of playing them occasionally. I can't play Castlevania Bloodlines every day. I can't play Castlevania 4 every day. They are masterpieces, but everything gets boring eventually. It gets repetitious. And then, like, I start craving something new and different, even if it's, like, not even quote-unquote good. Where was I playing Dracula? Oh, I was playing it on Twitch. I'll stream on Twitch very late night sometimes. Usually on my days off when I've got nothing going on. Society says so many people hate the NES Metroid. He thinks it's one of the best games ever. Alright, if you get touched by these speckles, they will, I think, reverse your controls for a short period of time. Lots of interesting level design gimmicks in this one. Funny enough, this is actually a little bit easier in some ways with Eric, because he can actually attack vertically. With John, you have to kind of like sit here and attack into the air. Eric doesn't have an airborne upwards vertical attack. John does, so... But Eric has a down stab. Actually, I think John can do that too. And if you're trying to get lots of points, this is a good place to grind out. Check that out. Pretty cool. Oops, took a hit. Did not mean to do that. These guys are actually kind of tough to deal with just the axe. I like having a boomerang here. Oh, and there's another one. Jeez, go figure. There we go. Actually, you know what? That might be a good weapon for here. It's going to be a really big Axe Armor Knight at the end. The Axe Armor Knight designs in this are kind of crazy compared to previous Castlevanias. They're very stylized. Actually, yeah, I want this boomerang. Here he is. Very nice, 2 hits. Okay. There we go. Have to play really safe there. Alright, another section where we have to go vertical. So this is how you would progress if you were playing as Johnny, as they call him in this version. Anybody that's curious, and this is pointed towards Trevor's student, if you're ever curious how long I've been streaming, the video player tells you how long I've been streaming. Or the video preview, before you click on the stream, it actually tells you how long I've been streaming. So you don't ever actually have to ask that question. It's right there at all times. Alright, so this is actually a little bit of a tricky part without having very good sub-weapons. And I think Eric's got iframes on his vertical jump. Okay, this is kind of a pain. Without having a sub-weapon, this is kind of a pain. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Yeah, I can just do that. Okay, that's a lot, much easier. Much safer, too. Alright, that's fine. Whatever. Yeah, we get a rooftop scene that John doesn't get. With some harpies. I think this is the only part in the game that harpies are dropping flea men. Similar to the, you know, the original Castlevanias. Society asks, have I played F-Zero 99 yet? I have not. I might try it sometime. Supposedly it's really fun, but I don't want to get hooked on it and then not be able to play it eventually, because, you know, Nintendo will delist it. Just like they did with Mario 35, so I don't really trust them. Darren asks, did I miss Castlevania 3? You did not. We'll hook up the NES after this. Or the AVS. My FPGA NES. There we go. Alright, mini-boss time. Are we going to get a Simon's Quest tonight? No, sorry, Carl. Yeah, Yeah, no Simon's Quest. I think I actually did that on a stream earlier this year, where we did Castlevanias 1, 2, and 3, and I wasn't even expecting to do part 2, and I did. Alright, boss time. Yeah, don't get me wrong, I love Castlevania 2. The only issue is that it's just too long, and I only have so much time tonight. I think it'll take me about 2 hours to go through the game. Yeah, unlike a lot of people, I actually really enjoy Castlevania 2. It's one of my favorite NES games. This is so weird, fighting this boss without John and without much ammo. Because I can't attack vertically in the air. I can only do it from the ground. Nice. Alright, final stage already. Now this final stage has a lot of interesting gimmicks. Eat your heart out, Super Nintendo. I've done this so many times, I basically have it memorized. When to jump, when not to jump. Alright, upside down. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Seriously. I jumped at just the wrong time. Try this again. Your vertical controls are reversed here, which is interesting. Alright, so we're gonna have ourselves a boss rush now. We have to refight some of the previous bosses. And if I wanted to make my life a lot easier, I could try to get some gems. It's the Grim Reaper. Pick a card, any card. Yeah, their health pool is much, much less. Dezo, yeah, if you decide to replay it, also remember that, like, I've got tons of playthroughs of it on my channel. If you need, like, something to, like, a guide to refer to, see if maybe you're doing something wrong, or maybe there's a better strategy for whatever section you're dealing with, you know, to make you enjoy the game more, you know, definitely check out some videos like that. I mean, also, I don't know how you guys are experiencing some of these games, but it helps to be able to play on real hardware or have some kind of emulation solution where, you know, you've got, like, graphical filters turned off and you're playing something with very low input lag. That's very important for these kinds of games. You know, that's gonna affect the enjoyment. Man, they give you a bunch of these in the Japanese version. It's interesting. Alright, now we get to fight the Grim Reaper himself. Yo, Chris, what's going on? Mr. Implant Games. Oh, I was gonna try to, like, jump through him. Oh, that's not good. I never see these attacks. Ugh. Scott, it is the Japanese version, yes. This fight I don't really need to grind out. Oops. Should have jumped through the second one. Raiden Lord says his cat is watching the stream. Very nice. One of my cats is right next to me sleeping. Alright, so I'm gonna be very careful about this one. Which side of the screen you're on will determine where she appears. Ah, crap. So you can kind of manipulate where she shows up. Very important tip. I have to do this without taking a hit. Not one of my favorite Castlevania boss fights, not because, like, it's not a neat concept, but it goes on for a little too long. Definitely the slowest part of Castlevania Bloodlines. One of the slowest parts in all of Castlevania. All of the linear Vanias, at least. Solus asks, is it worth playing these on the modern collections? Yeah, actually those collections are really good. They're very responsive, very low input lag. They have a few different filter options. And they also include the Japanese versions of the games now via patches. Alright, last set. Oh, crap. I'm dead. Or, yeah, like, the collision detection on those fireballs is stupid. Like, I didn't even touch it, yet I still died. So... And I managed to jump over the first one, surprisingly. That actually threw me off. Damn it. Yeah, that was just a really simple mistake. I just mistimed something. Oh, no, 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 no. Why did you do that, you dummy? Ugh. I didn't get my spear fully upgraded. So this is gonna be interesting. I don't even know if it'll be possible without my, like, fully extended, spear. I can probably sit, like, right on this line in the middle. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm gonna have to do. Yeah, because my reach isn't quite as long. Yeah, it's just all about that timing, not even so much the reach. I just... Once she starts moving into place, I start moving towards her, and that actually really works out. See, like that. Nice. Flawless victory. Friendship? Friendship again? Alright, last stretch. Brandon says, I never get tired of these games every October. I appreciate it. Yeah, I probably should actually grab that axe. I love that they brought back the theme of Simon from Castlevania IV. That's one of my favorite Castlevania tunes. Alright, that's good enough. If I kept upgrading there, I would eventually get the fire spear again. Alright, last stretch. Nice. That's our third Castlevania game tonight. And let's see, what time is it? 8:45? Yeah, we'll definitely do parts 1 and 3. And then, you know, I'll probably stop the stream after beating part 3. Yeah, so if you want to get the best ending, you have to play this on expert mode, which after you beat the game, I believe it unlocks expert. There is a cheat code you can enter on the title screen. I was trying to do that, and it wasn't really working for me, so... Oh, wait! That's an American version change. Japanese version just gives it to you. Interesting. I forgot about that. Well, there you go, guys. You have to see the best ending. I guess there aren't multiple endings in this one, unless, like, you don't get that if you play it on easy. So that's interesting. What were the first two I played? I started off with Super Castlevania IV, and then I had played through Dracula X for Super Nintendo. Japanese versions of both. So I thought it would be fitting to do the Japanese version here. You know, I might just do the Japanese versions of the NES games, too. Brandon, yes, there was actually a different sound chip used in the Japanese Castlevania 3, so it sounds very different. Hey, Steven, thanks for the well done. Yeah, Society, I actually prefer the American soundtrack on Part 3, mainly because it's just, it's much more moody. The Japanese soundtrack is excellent, but it's got a different kind of energy to it. I prefer the moody nature of the American version. Yeah, it looks like there is still an expert mode, but I'm guessing you don't get any more to the ending, so it's kind of interesting. But let's go ahead and switch consoles. Oops. Wrong one. Sorry about that. All right. That's another thing about Castlevania 3 in particular, is I do prefer the American version overall, because it is more challenging. A lot of people will say I like it more because it's easier, but for me it's the opposite. It's like I want that extra bite. And the Japanese version lacks it quite a bit. There are some other interesting differences too that make some of the boss fights like not as fun in the Japanese one, because they make them so much easier that it's, you know, kind of a walk in the park. But yeah. But to each their own, you know, as you get better as a player, you start craving the higher difficulty. But not everyone's into, you know, challenging games. So, let's see. All right, I'm gonna have to probably fiddle with the crop here. Steven asks, what's your personal favorite Castlevania? Part 4. Definitely Part 4. Alright, so I'm just trying to adjust the crop here. I'm going to actually run into the castle. You guys can't actually hear or see anything yet, but I want the crop to be right before I switch back over to it. We'll probably have to readjust for Castlevania 3 as well. So, alright. Oh, and you know what? Actually, I think it looks okay. Yeah, I think we're fine. Okay. And Chris says, I love that AVS. Hell yeah. I love the AVS too. And I actually have a regular NES hooked up to my CRT behind me. So a lot of times I'll just play on that if I'm playing by myself. Alright. Brian asks, do I use a Switch for different consoles? No, I don't. Basically what I do is I bring out my consoles one by one when I'm streaming. I don't leave them hooked up to any... Like, I have a regular NES that I always have on my big boy CRT behind me. And I have my Xbox Series X out in the living room along with my Switch. But, yeah, I don't have multiple retro consoles hooked up at once because I'm usually streaming them when I'm playing them. So I have a little system here where, you know, where I just hook them up individually. I have all the power cables organized and stuff like that. Chris says, I really look forward to hooking up the CRT again. Yeah, CRTs are awesome. And the funny thing about CRT is, like, I can just play the games in composite, and, well, they still look pretty good on my Trinitrons, so it's like, I don't have the need to do, like, RGB on my CRTs. Whereas I have to for recording. Otherwise the footage will look kind of awful. Alright, so good old first Castlevania, and again, this is the Japanese version. I don't think there are too many visual or gameplay differences from this and the American one, although the title screen in this is different, and you do have adjustable difficulty settings, which is interesting. I've never actually tried this on easy, so I'm not sure how that compares. But yeah, this first actually released as a disk system game. And so we're actually playing the re-released cartridge version that came out much later. The disk system version allows you to save your progress, which is actually pretty interesting. And for anyone that saw the Ghost Dancers fight in Castlevania IV, I made a reference to how I use holy water on the Bat Boss, and so I'll go ahead and show that off here. AKX says the tally score is faster in this one. Okay, interesting. Gonna go ahead and get ourselves a shot doubler right here. Have I ever had a disk system? I have not. It's something I would probably like to get eventually. But I do have disk system capability on my Power Pack flash cart here, so I have experimented with some of the disk system library. I love the holy water in this game. It's got some decent reach, and it makes you impervious to the enemies that take multiple hits. Like, their ability to actually hurt you is removed for a short period of time. It's kind of interesting. You'll see speedrunners drop the holy water, see, like that, and you just, like, walk right through the enemy. And we'll go ahead and do our Little damage boost here. I actually ran through this game over the weekend. I went to an arcade in Maryland, and they had a bunch of mini consoles set up, so I fired up Castlevania and rolled through it. I don't think anybody cared, but I did beat Castlevania in public. Oh, that was weird. Still got hit by that. Yeah, AKX, I'm not gonna do the second loop on either of these just to save time. It is a weeknight, it's on a work night, so... Like, I went way overboard on my Ghosts and Goblins stream last week. I was up till like 2:30 that morning, I think. Or I might not have went to bed till like 3, and I have to be up at 6:30, so... Yeah, so we don't have all night, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would do like a 10-hour stream for you guys. Kind of like one of my signature traits now. Doing super long streams. For pennies on the dollar. It's fun though. There's a hidden money bag right here. I'm not really going after these, but I will try to show them off when available. Society's gotta head out, it's late. Yeah, it's about 9 PM on the East Coast right now. I love being able to combo enemies with my with a single projectile. You get some bonus points, it feels pretty good. There's another one right there. Alright, the last stretch for this level. Got a few different tricks to show off here. I actually don't have that many hearts. Take that. Alright, let's let this despawn. And if you walk against this block right here, an unobtainium money bag. So yeah, a couple things you can do here. You can destroy this lower block to get some health, but easy strat is just to sit up here. But you can also just whack him like this. You're looking forward to me making this look easy when it took you 3 hours to relearn everything a few weeks back. Well, it's cool to see you playing some of these old games again. So gotcha, every, like, separate doorway and screen transition is a separate stage. I am going to actually switch off to this. And use the stopwatch right there. Because there's another holy water right up here. Right here. And we definitely want this for the boss fight. Alright, good stuff. Alright, we're in business. Yeah, so that last screen was stage 10, now we're on stage 11. Just a weird thing the game does. I can't remember, does Castlevania III do the same thing? I feel like it does. I try to be careful here because these flea men or these hunchbacks, they do drop random items, like that axe, that tends to appear here. Not always, but sometimes, and realistically, you need holy... Well, you don't need it, but you really want holy water for this section coming up. This boss fight. Let me just hold right. You had the NES itch and went for Castlevania. It might be your favorite NES game at this point. Yeah, it's definitely up there for me, too. It's just a very mechanically sound game. Tripler, look at that. Flawless victory. It's our second to last level. I'm gonna bait him forward, but it's not working. That's okay. Not a big deal. Yeah, I just love how the levels flow in the first Castlevania. You know, the levels are just really well designed. I mean, especially once you start using, like, the sub-weapons. Holy Water in this level in particular kills Axe Armor Knights in one shot if you know, if it lands on them properly. So it's like, boom, just like that, and then he just falls. It's great. I've got a Milo right in front of me. He just hopped up here right now. He's curious about what I'm doing. There he goes. He's looking at the stream capture. Now he's blocking my big chat. I have two chats up. One with big text because I'm like blind, and then my second chat on the right was small text. Oh, I messed it up. Alright. But we're going to just wreck death with holy water. It's the easy strategy. Some health right there that I don't need. You actually don't want to bust that open unless you need it, because if you do take a few hits here, and you go back down and you try to get it, it'll be gone, because you already revealed it. It's not like Dracula X on Super Nintendo, where you can just keep getting it over and over again. I like that 100 is glitching out on top of me. Alright, final stage. Now this first section can be a little shisty. We'll see what happens. Wow, no hearts, huh? It's not good. That's where that holy water is very useful. We'll go ahead and do the stopwatch. Nice. No damage. No damage, no deaths. That's great. Yeah, I like having the stopwatch for this section, because you've got the harpies with the flea men. Oh, that was a bad one. Okay. Yeah, you always just let that skeleton jump over towards you. That was actually good. I got some hearts there. And actually, there is... There it is. Hidden money bag. Kind of a risky one. Not really worth going for. Speaking of the hidden items in this game, there are actually more on the second loop, which is pretty cool. There are more breakable blocks. And then you get these Moai heads that appear, which is pretty neat. A lot of times what I do here is I would just kill myself, and I'm not going to. But I do like to grind out here just a little bit. Gonna use the holy water. Oh, that's a bad spawn. That happens. It's pretty mean. So you basically just jump over his fireballs. And if you're quick enough, you can actually get 2 hits. But the safer strategy is to try to, you know, just do 1 hit at a time, basically. And you can sometimes make some item multipliers appear, which I'm really bad at doing on this fight. Oh, that was lucky. And that's it. Cookie Monster time. That's what they call them. Oops, that was my fault. That was my fault. Yeah, doing that without a shot multiplier is a little bit tricky. So ideally you want to try to get your holy water shot multiplier like to appear. Implant Game says he likes using the cross, and that's a perfectly valid strategy too. We'll go ahead and just do that. It is definitely a faster way of defeating the first form, that's for sure. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That's the second time that's happened. Maybe third. Oh, what am I doing? Okay, still got it. And if you duck in front of him, sometimes he'll do a high jump. Let's see if he'll do it this time. Alright, he did it. Nice. Hey Milo, no, bud. Milo's trying to knock over my drink. Hey, listen to Motorhead, welcome back. Thanks for the GGs, guys. Hey, Christopher B. Bello Lugosi. Love Cheney Jr., not Lon Chaney. Yeah, this was one of the first games of its type when it came out back in the day. Like, to be based on, like, classic movie monsters and stuff like that. There weren't many games prior to this that did that. So Castlevania was kind of like a, it was like a trend starter, you know? It was really cool. Alright, we're going to switch games. Milo, it's really hard to see what I'm doing when you're on my desk in front of my stream software. He's such a handful, man. Alright, Japanese Castlevania 3. I'm sure I'm going to get copyright claims on this. Fake copyright claims. It happens every time I play Castlevania 3, and I hate it. It's just one reason why I don't revisit Castlevania 3 as often as I would like. But, yeah, Japanese versions. Go ahead and skip through this. And, do the opening. But yeah, really fantastic soundtrack in this one. Very different from the American one. Sweet. YouTube. Hey Joe, and hey Red Zero Ranger, long time. It's been a little while. Would it be in October with at least one of my Castlevania streams? Yes. I wasn't sure when I was going to do a Castlevania stream, but I knew I had to do at least one. Yeah, Castlevania 3, the Japanese version, has a few differences. The North American one was censored a little bit. Less holy symbols and stuff like that. You know, typical stuff. But there's some other minor differences as well. In terms of, like, actual level design and whatnot. There's some hitbox differences on certain bosses. Obviously, the sound chip is very different. Oops. Also, the game balancing is very different in this one. It's much easier. Especially on the second loop. Grant, the fast, nimble character in this game, always has throwing daggers now. Other differences as well. Those guys are different. Oops. Keep taking hits. AKX, I'm not really sure which path I want to take yet. We'll figure it out. So in the Japanese version here, you can't actually smack him in the head. Whereas you can in the American version. So, yeah, there were definitely some gameplay tweaks for the better in the American one. I'm going to go ahead and show off Grant, since he's the most different of the characters, especially between, you know, comparing it to the American version. I love just jumping up these platforms instead of like actually walking up the stairs. Oh, got it. Nice. Yeah, and this was like one of the coolest levels for the time, where like you would go through it vertically upwards, and then you'd have to go back down it. There weren't many games that did things like that. It was pretty cool. It was an interesting twist on the formula. Alright, see you, Carl. Have a good night. Listen to Motorhead asks, is this the version where you can climb on the floors and ceiling? Yeah, that's Castlevania 3. We're actually going to get that character now, so you'll get to see that. It's in both the American and the Japanese versions. Yeah, Grant is actually my favorite character to play as because of that. There's a lot of gameplay flexibility with him. And he also has a really high jump. Stevo asks, do you think that Ninja Gaiden and Castlevania are the same? No, they're not. I mean, Ninja Gaiden obviously took a lot of influence from Castlevania, but it put its own spin on things. It's the same type of action game, but they both feel very different. And Ninja Gaiden's way faster. Ninja Gaiden actually has more simplistic boss fights, surprisingly. Boss fights with really simple gimmicks, I guess. For the most part. Right. What a weird pattern. He just kept trying to go for that top left corner. Alright, so we have to take him along with us. But it's in Japanese. It should just be the top option. I hope. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. Hey, Mike, welcome back. Yeah, the wall climbing mechanics for Grant take some time to get used to. A lot of people really struggle with it, but here we go. Work our way back down the clock tower. Hitting select lets you change your character. And again, Grant has a permanent projectile, which is interesting, but it kind of slows the game down a little bit. And when he's on walls, he can... Oh, that is very interesting. So in the NES version, he can actually throw his axe off the wall. But since he's got a permanent dagger, it won't let me do that. So, I think his mechanics were improved in the American one, because you can still get a dagger and still throw a dagger off the wall. You just had more flexibility now in the American one. I always forget. Oh, yep, that was right. Good. Yeah, the VR, the sound chip in this definitely enhances certain aspects of the game more than just the music. Like, you have more sound effects, like the rotating gears. I don't think you actually hear the rotating gears in the NES one, so that's a nice touch. See, like right here. Grant cannot use the holy water, as far as I'm aware. I think it's basically just his main throwing dagger and then the axe. He might be able to use the stopwatch. I'm not sure. We'll see if the stopwatch appears for him. No, I don't... No, there it is. Okay, he can. Cool. Yes, you can switch back and forth between characters, yes. So Sypha is another character that you can get. She's a magic user. She's very, very powerful. She's got this like little stick for a melee attack, which is, in this version, is the fastest attack in the game. In the American version, Grant actually has a knife, and he can attack the fastest. I personally think they made Grant better in the American version. He's got more flexibility, he's more interesting to use. Whereas this, like, single dagger is kind of like, it's slow. Whereas in the American one, I can get a dagger and have it multiplied times 3 and use it, you know, much faster. Yeah, it uses up hearts, but there's plenty of hearts in every level in the game, so you're never really, like, you know, hurting for ammunition. Fun mechanic in this game, I think this was in Castlevania 2 as well, is when you're on stairs you can just, like, auto-fire kicks in if you just hold down the B button. Whereas if you hold down the B button up here, it doesn't do anything. But on stairs, it'll auto-fire for you if you just keep holding down the button. So, kind of handy. Some health there. Alright, I don't really care which way I go. It doesn't really matter all that much. I'll go the Sypha route. One of the most enjoyable aspects of Grant is just being able to, you know, kind of like sequence break, just like skip stuff. So you'll definitely see me doing some of that. GS Davis says, I remember the lower path being a bit more tedious. I do think it is a little more tedious, for sure. Especially once you get to the vertical falling block section, which is a pretty infamous part of this game. I don't struggle with it that much, but it is slow and tedious. This fight's gonna be kind of funny, actually, with Grant. So, you'll notice on the right-hand side, you've got those two, those two blocks, but it's actually filled in underneath those blocks. Whereas in the American version, they're not. And the Cyclops here can actually go through them in the American one. He cannot in this one. So if you can get over to the other side, it is very safe. But yeah, look at that. A super easy fight with Grant. So in the American one, I would not be able to sit on that platform and use my daggers, because I don't think you can throw your daggers from a ducking position in the American one. So that completely changes up that fight. Alright, so we're actually not going to take Sypha. She's great, but I want to do Grant for most of this playthrough. And Simon Belmont was never born. Series ended. No more Castlevania. Yeah, so there are some sections that you can only access with Alucard, who can turn into a bat. Like, this level is just a cakewalk with Grant. Just snipes everything from a distance. And technically you could do that in the American one if you actually got the dagger as a sub-weapon. Which would actually, I think, be right up here. Did I ever do a Trevor-only run? I have. I've done it on my own. I did not do it on YouTube, but I have done that. Actually, I don't think I've done it on YouTube. I have like 5 or 6 Castlevania 3 stream archives here, so it's possible I did it once on a live stream, but I don't remember. A live YouTube stream, I mean. Alright, let's just skip that section. Oh, why did I do that? That's a shame. Not a big deal. Okay, so I know I can get over there with Grant, but I always forget if I can actually get back. So let's find out. Yes, I can. Alright. Looks like that was an extra life, too. Yes, there is a Trevor Belmont. That is the main Belmont in this game. Wow. Easy peasy. A little too easy peasy. There was health on the other side of the screen. Gotcham, the third game takes place before the first game. It is a prequel. I'm taking a lot of hits here. Well, we just skipped that underground section. And again, like, this is filled in the Japanese version, and the American one it's not, and the enemies can move through here. Also, the wraps on the mummies, they bob up and down in the American one, just like the first set of mummies in the original Castlevania. But in this, nope. It's so much easier here. John says this is way too easy. It really... Well, I mean, I am using, like, the cheese strat. I'm using Grant, so... it would be a little more challenging if I was using Trevor. Just a little. Oh, my projectile went off the screen, but they did not. Alright, see you, Chris. Have a good night. Thanks for tuning in for a little bit. Appreciate that. Ooh, that was very close. This is a kind of a weird take on an auto-scroller. Hey, VGA, welcome back. So there's actually an extra life down here, but I'm not gonna get it. John Evan asks, do you think the screen going up is the tower tumbling down? You know, I never really thought about it. It could be. Yeah, these fireballs, they shoot so much slower now. Hey, getting close to the boss fight. Yeah, New Moon. A lot of people, they skip out on Grant. It's kind of a bummer because he's a really good character. Very flexible. Wow, that did a lot of damage. Hey, Zanktum, welcome back. So this is the section coming up where you can just completely skip it with Grant. It's great. You can't even skip it with Alucard. He can't go over the top of the screen with his bat form, but Grant can. Oops. So having the axe here will actually be really good for the boss fight, where we have to fight the Hydras. Alright, good deal. These hydras are also different in this version. They shoot diagonally, or towards the player. They do not do that in the American one. Yeah, they're way more dangerous up close in this one. Grant taking the lead. Grant knows what's up. Ooh, that was close. Oh, why did I do that? Oh, I didn't mean to slip off. Oh, that was my fault. Trying to get slick here. Which is part of the fun of playing with Grant. You know, earlier I mentioned Castlevania IV was the first Castlevania game with mid-air control, and I was wrong. I totally had forgotten about Grant in Castlevania III. It didn't spawn in. Maybe because I'm supposed to scroll the screen over? Let's see. Oh, you gotta be... This is... Okay, this is weird. we glitched out the game, guys. Whew, there we go, yeah. We glitched it out by trying to speed up with Grant. And that is like the tightest jump in just about all of Castlevania. Alright, more cheese. GS Davis, the Famicom doesn't have an extra sound channel. The cartridges were expandable from within, and that's what this did. It has its own sound processor built into the cartridge. The Famicom disk system, that does add some sound channels, but that's the disk system, and this is not a disk game. Oh, that's not good. Oh my god, what am I doing? Yeah, even this boss is a tad different. I'm assuming that's probably the reasoning. Yeah, they probably didn't do it in the American version for cost-cutting reasons. There might be another reason. I feel like there might have been another reason. I forgot. Maybe they couldn't source the chips. I don't know. Because that is a thing that happens. And we got some more statues that have been changed in the American version. You've also got different types of ghouls here in the American one. And then in the American one's second loop, they're changed up even further. It's pretty interesting stuff. AKX says it may have also been because Nintendo of America would not allow it, and that is a possibility as well, yeah. I like that they brought back the slimes from Castlevania 2. Everyone's favorite enemy. Alright, Grim Reaper. Oh, I didn't see that one from below. Oh, that's a bummer. I actually want to try something here. This could be funny. Let's see. It works. That's awesome. I have to actually play right now. There we go. Alright, we should have this one pretty easy. For obvious reasons. Look at him doing like a fist pump in the air. He's like, yeah. Alright. This is our second to last level. Not sure how I'm gonna do this. Since I don't have Trevor upgraded right now. Yeah, VGA, you're right. This was used as the final boss music in Castlevania Adventure Rebirth. These vertical sections in Castlevania 3 in particular, you really just have to take your time. I used to just try to rush through them back in the day and I would just get annihilated. They were the hardest parts of the game for me. But it's really just about taking your time. Lining up your shots, you know, because you have to... I was on a thread earlier where I talked about, you know, these games being very much like the Dark Souls games of their day. And what I meant by that is you have to commit to every attack and every move. You've got to line stuff up. You've got to be smart about what you're doing. It's not just about running and gunning and mashing buttons, you know? You have to actually think about what you're doing if you want to survive consistently. Oh, that was interesting. Never seen him fall off like that. Watch out. Extra life. grab this health. Ornak says, in that way it feels like the game has a puzzle element. Yeah, there's strategy to it, you know? It's not all just, you know, dumb, turn off your brain type of gameplay. It's one thing I've always liked about the Castlevania games is, you know, you gotta think about what you're doing at least a little bit. You know, strategize, experiment. Alright, I don't know how I'm gonna handle this fight, because I haven't done it in the Japanese version in a while. Yeah, this is the doppelganger. Man, he does a ton of damage. Holy crap, he does a lot of damage. Okay, wow, we got it first try. Awesome. Yeah, the doppelganger is generally seen as, like, probably the hardest boss in the game. There are exploits for it, depending on the version that you're playing, but yeah, it's very challenging. So there's a big change in this version, or big change to the American one, I should say, where you get a checkpoint at Dracula's staircase, just like in the first Castlevania. That doesn't happen in the American one, so the American one is way more punishing. That's a lot of slowdown. For this, we can just stay back, shoot underneath this. Much easier. Oh, nice. 2-for-1 deal. Those are the best. Yeah, we're just gonna use Grant for the final boss. The axe is my preferred weapon on Dracula anyway. Hey, Don, welcome back. No bats on this section. Wow, that is so much easier. You've got bats in the American one. But this is our checkpoint. Whereas in the American one, they put you all the way back to that last section. Let's go ahead and grind out for some hearts. Grant's pondering his next move. Why did Konami hate Americans? I don't think they hated Americans. So there's a theory out there saying that they likely, and this wasn't just Konami, a lot of companies did this, is they made the American version harder because of the rental market. They didn't want people renting the game for $5 and then beating the game in a day. So, you know, they wanted people to go out and buy the game. In Japan, they didn't have a rental market because I think it was illegal. So, two very different markets. You know, I think I've actually got plenty of parts. Ugh, keep taking hits. Alright, phase 2. Alright, phase 3. Also a much easier phase 3. The beams are way shorter in this one. And that's it. Yeah, there you go, guys. Castlevania 3. All right. Well, that was the Japanese Castlevania 3. We will not be doing Loop 2. But that is going to do it for me, guys. I actually would like to continue streaming, but it's late on a work night, so yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get out of here. Thanks a ton for watching. Hope hope you guys had a good time. I might actually revisit this format and do another Castlevania game stream, because a lot of you guys had suggested Castlevania Chronicles. I could technically do it right now, but I'm kind of pushing my luck. I'm getting pretty hungry. I need to eat some dinner. And I don't want to be streaming until, like, right before I go to bed, so I'm going to give myself a few hours. And maybe I'll do a second stream. I'll hook up the Wii, we can do Castlevania Adventure Rebirth, we can do the PS2, since I'll do component cables for both those. Yeah, I can do that, I can do the Castlevania Chronicles on PS2, and try to figure out what else there is I could hook up. Maybe maybe do some of the Game Boy ones with the flash cart I have for the Super Nintendo. We could use the Super Game Boy. I don't know. I'll think about it. I've got a few weeks of October left. And, yeah, we could potentially do another Castlevania stream like this. So, but I'll just have to get a plan together, figure out how I'm going to hook this stuff up. But, yeah, I hope you guys had a good time. Thanks for hanging out. I'll have the archive up sometime tomorrow. I'll make sure it's time-coded and all that stuff so you can bounce from game to game pretty easily. And, yeah, you guys have yourselves a fantastic day or night wherever you are in the world. And until the next one, take it easy.